Okay. Hang on. I need to get my. Alright. I just need that open so that I can tell what's going on in the chat. Because for some reason, it really doesn't like to tell me on my tablet that you guys are commenting stuff. So, yeah. So, here's the base sketch that we have. I finished it up this morning. And in case you are wondering, yes, this is almost said that wrong. This is an Umamasume based one because I don't know. I just enjoy and it gives me room for ideas. Like, I don't know what it is about horses, but horses give me the best ideas. Hello, Izumumbo, by the way. And just in case, for those, is that actually safe? I don't dare. Guys, I do draw the not safe for work stuff. So yeah, going to my gallery, it might be a mistake. Oh wait, does that not go back to my gallery fully? I don't know if it does or not. I gotta think of what I've drawn lately. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't think it immediately goes back to my gallery. Okay, thank God. All right. Okay. So, just in case you guys don't believe that I draw this stuff, here's the time lapse. Just in case there are those people out there that love to be like, oh, you didn't draw this. Bitch, yes, I did. I have used AI art before, but not as anything more than a tool. It's what taught me how to draw the human body, and as you can see, I really struggled right there. That arm gave me the worst amount of shit you can imagine. And yes, I am aware that the fingers are not entirely accurate, but no matter what I did, it just did not want to work, okay? There I had the eyes way too far apart, and that was the biggest issue that I had, which was something that I resolved this morning. Couldn't figure out how to draw the hair last night, so I waited on it, and thank God I did, because otherwise, yeah, this would not have been a good day. I would have had to have fixed a lot more. So as you can see, she got fixed pretty well. She got fixed up pretty damn well. And in case you guys are wondering, yes, this is based off a real actual like horse that I had in my life. Her name was Savannah. Oh geez, her name was Savannah. Again, YouTube. Not even nudity. Honestly, we're just doing some test stuff right here. But this is basically the time lapse, just so those assholes out there that think I don't do this, real for real, can see, yes, I do this for real. This is the real drawing process. But anyways, hello everyone. Holy shit, that's a lot of people. I don't know if I hit a hotspot on YouTube or something, but hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Oh, I'm just showing everyone that I did indeed draw this, just to prove that, I am an artist. So yeah, this is where we just basically got to this morning. I think we're almost to the end point right here. Yep, we're to the end. All right. Back to the editing screen. Holy crap, that was a lot of people. I must have had a hotspot or something, but yep, here we go. We are going to start basically doing the sketching process. So let's see. I need to turn this off. Then I need to go here, and I need to go to about 50%. Hello, number one Bengals fan. And as you can see, I did indeed draw shoes. Shoes are something that I avoid like the plague if I possibly can, because, yeah, not fun. Not fun times. But hey, I think they look pretty good. They look more like they look kind of more like hiking boots to me than tennis shoes. But I mean, it's the best that I can do, guys. But anyways, We're going to start basically doing what they call the final sketch or the trace sketch, which is where you basically put uh take the take the what's the word the rough sketch and trace over it. But yeah, this is actually based off an actually this is actually off a real based off of a real horse, and her name was Savannah. That's what this character's name is going to be named too. Can you guys not hear me? All right. I just need that open. I just need that open. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I thought I had the microphone off or something. Shouldn't be off. No, my microphone's on. All right. Anyways, let's get started. So basically, this is going to be a long. This is going to be a long. What the hell? Oh, I know what's going on. I need to make a new layer. Hello, Lil Tane 92. So we're going to be starting the sketch trace over, which is basically, getting the final sketch. So this is going to be a long process of just being absolutely careful. Think of it like if you're getting a tattoo, like when the artist is doing the the zzz over the line art. That's exactly what this is basically. If only it was that easy in real art, huh? Nah, never that easy. So yeah, this is actually based off of an actual real horse that existed in my life. I don't know where she is now, but her name was Savannah, and she had a hard how do I start? How do I put this? She had a hard beginning to life because she basically got kicked at a young age, and it ended up fucking her eye up pretty much. Hello, Mark, and thank you. I really appreciate that. This is going to be an Uma Musume OC for. I don't know if I'm going to turn into a comic yet. I don't know if I have those capabilities. I don't know if I have like that kind of talent. I do. It's just a lot of work. But anyways, yeah. The horse was just a baby when she got kicked in the eye and she lost her right eye. So, yeah, she had a very very rough start to life. But we ended up adopting her, and my dad like really took the reins because he's better with horses than my mom is, or any of us are anyway, because he grew up on like a farm. So he basically took the reins, and what was going on was they were going to put her down. The people who had her originally were saying they were going to put her down because of her problems, because she was very what's the word I'm looking for when she was very like easily, oh my god, that looks terrible. She was very very skittish. That was the word I was looking for. She was very very skittish. So she would like easily get scared. She would easily kick. She would like and nobody was like, saying or willing to do like the things that they needed to in order to like get her to where she could be like a good horse. So basically, we ended up adopting her. Well, that actually looks really bad. We ended up adopting her, and my dad turned her into a really good horse. Mainly because he knew what he was doing. He'd worked with horses before, so he knows what he's doing. Is this better? Besides this little spot right here, let me. Sorry, I'm not used to having like people watching me, so it also is kind of my nerves going off a little bit. But once I settle into it, it'll be better. Oh my god. Is that better? No. So, just bear with me. But that's what happened to her. And basically, what ended up happening to her is we had like we didn't have the money, we didn't have like the anything left to really keep her, so we ended up giving her to another farm. But I really do hope that she is okay because she was a good horse. So I basically went, oh wow, I could actually, take her story and apply it to like a OC for Uma Musume, because uh, I think that's a really cool idea for like an Uma Musume OC, like a character that is missing an eye because of unfortunate circumstances, basically got shunned because of her problems, and basically she gets picked up, and yeah, the whole 9 yards. I just think that's a really cool idea. So, we're doing it. I don't know if this is. I have no idea if I can make a comic, guys. I have no clue if I can or not. That's kinda. It's a lot of work. That's basically the easiest way of putting it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. I'd probably need some help because there's certain things I can't draw. Like, like the idea for how, like, I'm not gonna copy like my old horses story one for one because it wouldn't make any sense. Basically, how I have this character losing their eye is through like she was sitting in a diner or something and there was just an unfortunate accident, like a car came crashing through the window of absolute nowhere and ended up, well, getting one of the glass shards from the window ended up getting in her eye, and it basically made irreparable. It was basically irreparable damage. Okay, there's one. Should I get the other shot out of the way right now? Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to do everything anyways. But anyways, that's basically the story behind this OC. Is she is basically a character who had a very rough life, and if you've ever played the Uma Musume game or watched the anime, you know that these characters are basically like reincarnations of the horses that they represent, because all the characters in Uma Musume are based off of real race horses from Japan. So yeah, it's really interesting because all the OCs that I've made are just basically off the top of my head, like, names. Like, they aren't based off real horses unless, you know, I accidentally ended up misinterpreting one. But I don't think that there is any that have been actual horses. Like, I've looked it up and all that stuff just to be absolutely sure. But all the ones that I have made so far are just, off the top things. So to make one out of a real, like, horse that actually lived and had a very rough life, well, a very rough upbringing, I should say, is a really cool idea in my eyes. But I am terrible at drawing things like, cars and stuff like that. And considering a car is part of the reason why her eye ended up getting fucked, is pretty much exactly where I probably might either need to just get some help or something. I don't know. This is kind of a, it's kind of a in the air idea right now. I could definitely do it as a story mode. No doubt about that. Story mode. Story format. I could definitely do story format. But I kind of want to bring my artwork into what I do, which technically I already have with what are they called? The Dark Encounters. But I want to kind of push that because artwork is something I really love, and I love to do it. But there's days where I have to take a freaking break. Like, there's just days where I have to say, okay, I need to take a little bit of a break before I burn myself out. And that's kind of what happened with Art Fight. This shoe's going way more cooperative, thank God. Otherwise, that would have sucked. Okay. Oh, the little lippy thing on the back of your shoe. these look more like hiking boots than like tennis shoes, but meh, whatever. It is what it is. Just be very, very steady. Which I'm probably not gonna be because I have shaky hands, so I'm having to really be careful. Excuse me. Learning to draw myself. Some days I really wish I could see the chat a little better. Learning to draw myself. Some days I can't stand my own art. I've had those days too, boys. I have had those days. Like there's days where I've just been unable to draw at all completely. Like and that does happen. It does happen. It's basically a thing called you need to take a break. You need to take a break. Your brain's not in it today, so take a rest. All right. Like I'm trying my best to get straight lines and all that, but it's hard. It's very, very hard. Especially with my epilepsy. Which, if you don't know what that is, it's basically a seizure disorder. Not disorder, disability. Kind of technically the same thing, but not exactly. Okay. But yeah, Uma Musume, that is one of my favorite things right now. I love that game. I'm I plan to watch the anime. I just got to find the right program to like watch it on and all that stuff cuz the game has legitimately piqued my curiosity. I'm like, I need to see what these characters are really, like. I'm pretty sure they're pretty accurate to like how they depict them in the game, like how Goldchip is just a troll sometimes, like the real horse in real life. Goldchip's like a troll. Goldchip, or excuse me, not that. Rice Shower is a like underdog story kind of thing going on. My God, I can't draw a straight line for shit. Close enough. But if there's anything I can advise you about, boys, it's that you need to just kind of go one step at a time. Like, for me, I wanted to learn how to draw anime. 100%. I wanted to just learn how to draw anime. But to learn it, I had to learn how to draw humans. And anime style, it's mostly pretty damn close to actual human anatomy structure, except a few things like the eyes, the head shape, and all that stuff. Yeah, that part of the whole equation is definitely not accurate to human anatomy. Don't even get me started on when you get to like the not safe for work areas. Like there's just ridiculousness in anime for sure. But things that I was immediately just like I caught immediately was just the eyes, the expressions, things like that. Like there's times when I have to look up a reference for like a certain expression, like what was the one? It was the one where they're like, I gotta think, like flustered, not flustered. They're like shy and kind of like stunned a little bit. I had to look up what the mouth looked like, and basically it's a shape like that. Not to mention, there's also just a lot of other like nuances. Like I still struggle with a lot of things, like things like elbows and all that stuff. Anything to do with like a joint or anything like that, immediately I struggle because it is so tricky to get them right. They're basically diamonds, but yeah, to get them correct is very hard. Especially at these angles, like elbows are always my nemesis. I hate elbows. I hate elbows. I hate knees. Like from this angle, knees aren't bad. Knees are definitely not bad at all at this angle because they're just like a little bump that goes out like that. But front angle, side angle, like where you can see the side of the like hip a little bit, yeah, get me out. I don't want any part of it. But that's just basically one of my weaknesses. That's the easiest way to put it. Another weakness is sometimes I end up making the head a little too small or too big. It all depends. I've kind of picked up on how to slightly avoid that, but it really takes a lot of shaping for the head and a lot of just reconfiguration, reconstruction, stuff like that. Also, I'm sorry if the mic quality is not the best. I am literally recording straight from my tablet, and I can't really do anything else about that. And my line art is definitely not going to be the prettiest. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Yep, that'll work. What's another thing I struggled with at first? And by what I mean at first is, I forgot the little indent here. Is that I just couldn't do it up until I tried. Oh, hands. Hands I avoided like the damn plague. Hands I avoided like the plague. And a lot of artists do it first. Like, if you don't like hands, you avoid them immediately. And even now, there's still days where I'm like, I don't want to deal with hands. I just don't want to deal with hands right now, so I'm just gonna kind of put them behind the head and just hide them like a coward. And honestly, I don't care because, yeah, sometimes there's just days where hands don't want to behave at all. But once you like really study how they connect to the wrist and all that stuff, it really becomes a lot more easier to draw hands. Like one of the hardest things for hands for me, or one of the trickiest things about hands is what I should say. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Is getting the finger lengths correct. And the best way to learn that is to basically use yourself as a reference. If you can use yourself as a reference and just learn how, the shapes work, how it connects to the thumb, how it connects to the wrist, then you're going to be in a much, much better spot. That and learning the finger lengths, because that is really critical to making the hands look real. And most importantly, if you do screw up at, or if the hands don't look realistic enough, don't worry about it. It's all a learning curve. It's going to be a long and dreadful process of learning how to do things, but you'll get there. And that's really just the whole fun thing about art, is that basically it's a learning curve, and it always is a learning curve. Oh my god, why am I so shaky? Probably because I have an 8. Christ almighty. And yep, you're going to hear a lot of swearing probably because, we're past the stuff where the swearing is the most prominent, like, the sketch. The rough sketch is always the biggest pain in the ass for me, but yep, I have no filter, so yep, I definitely, if I am mad at something or if I'm just talking randomly and it fits, I'm going to use like a swear word. So if you don't like swearing, I heavily suggest moving on. Oh my goodness. Okay. A little closer. That, and I'm also still getting used to this fine point, or like fine tipped like uh, stylus pen. For the longest time, I used one of those. What are they called? Like the bolt, like not bulgy, but I don't know how to explain it. But they're like the rounded tip ones. One of the rounded tip styluses. For the longest time, I used one of those, and yeah, switching from that to a fine point is really, really a huge step. But I will say that the fine point ones are a lot more like they actually feel more like a pen in your hand rather than like I don't know how to explain how like a rounded tip one would feel. Either way, they work. But with the fine point one, you definitely get a lot more of like the the art experience. Hello, Countess. Welcome to the stream. Haven't talked to you in a long time. Ugh. God, these stupid. The one thing I don't like about this freaking pen is that it is so freaking sensitive. Like it, one little tap and it immediately like does something that I don't want. Long time no see. How have you been? I'm doing pretty good. Besides all the shit that happened as of late with my dad and all that, yeah, I've been doing pretty good. That and also writer's block. uh, Trying to get past that shit, and I think I have an idea thanks to my mom, but like my mom is one of my aces, and if I'm like having trouble or anything, but I think I if might have found a way to break the writer's block, but I didn't feel like writing today, so I did write drawing instead. I have seen your posts on Twitter and stuff, but that's about it. Okay, where do I go next? Probably I should get the tail out of the way. This is probably the only thing I hate about drawing like these kinds of characters is gee money Christmas. These freaking tails. Horse tails are so freaking tricky. And it's mainly because of how they're shaped and how they work. Know that pain. My art block has been bad. Just going to just not worry about it until I get this next move done. Yeah, moving's never fun, but take your time and allow your block to resolve on its own. And that's why I let my viewers know immediately. Guys, I've got writer's block, and there may not be no third part to Return to Bears Apple Lakers this Halloween. So just bear with me if it's something different. And my audience is pretty understanding the majority of the time, but yeah, it bothers me. Because if I make a promise, I usually like to just keep it, but if I can't help it, then I can't help it. And that's basically how I put it. I said, "Hey guys, if my brain can't conjure ideas, then my brain can't conjure ideas. So please just bear with me." Oh, these things are the worst thing to draw. Horsetails are so tricky because of how they're shaped and how the like fur like accumulates and stuff. Regardless, I'm glad you're doing well because I do worry about my friends. You've given me no cause to worry, but it's still a good idea to keep an eye on your friends. Please don't cringe at my inability to draw a straight line, by the way. I am new to the art block, so I'm still learning myself. That's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. It works. It works well enough. I know this thumb looks kind of jank, but fingers are still kind of a thing I'm learning as well. I'm just trying to learn the shape. Whoa, okay, easy there, bucko. Alright, this is where I really gotta get these lines correct because because fingers, you get one wrong, it's going to look off. No worries, I'm surprised they're... Oh, yeah, the undo and redo buttons, yeah. Yep, been there, done that. I'm really surprised they aren't worn out on my computer too because I've pushed them so many times. Um, I can't tell right now. But yeah, this is still something I'm getting down is like fingers and hands and shit like that. That's way too big. I just picked up on artwork last year, so I'm still learning. I'm still just a baby, but I like to be with my audience because it's much better to be with like someone when I'm drawing rather than not. Doing my best is all I can, and honestly, I'm just doing my best, and that's the best thing that I can do. Like I've definitely gotten better since last year. I started I started taking artwork really, seriously. Was last August. It was last August. And I've definitely gotten way better since then. Like I couldn't even draw a hand when I started. Sorry. I couldn't draw a hand when I started. So the fact that I can draw hands relatively quickly now is pretty good. Still can't get them, accurately 100%, but I feel like a lot of artists struggle with hands. Like a lot of people that I've talked to, they say they hate hands and like they're just the worst. And for me, honestly, it's just the joints. I hate the joints. I hate knees. I hate elbows. I hate what's another thing that I absolutely just despise? Oh, anything to do with like a back view like pose because I always draw something wrong. Feet are not as bad as the hands in my opinion. Like feet I actually picked up on pretty damn quick. Okay, let's see. Like the feet I just picked up on like they're not that difficult. They're like long slabs with like little bulgy things at the end, but depending on the angle depends on whether or not I hate it or not. Whoopsie. You've definitely improved. Remember some of your older stuff. Yeah, when I started I was very rough, but hey, that's just the joy of when you start anything, right? Like I look at some of my older YouTube stuff and I'm like, ugh, ew. Like things like the survey, things like the even Unmarked was like one of them as well. Like Unmarked, I look back on that. Okay, it's a stepping stone. I get that, but good God, was that one of my worst written stories imaginable. Faces. I forget how open space there is for the chin and the cheeks. The best way to get past that issue is do something like this. Like just draw like a cross. A cross where the face like meets. Like that's the best way that I can lead it to you. There's also the fact that it's digital, so you could just like move it around however the hell you want. But yeah, faces are not easy. The main part that got me was like this area right here, which is like the cheekbone, because I forget that there's like a little bump there. So sometimes I just intentionally just cover it so I don't have to deal with it. That's why I like drawing females more because females can cover a world of hurt, unlike males. So yeah. Okay. Now I need to decide on this hair because his hair is messy. Um, you can't see that. Okay, I'm just deciding on where to go next. Oh, I need to do this little sleeve right here. Like, one thing I thought I'd never get down was cloves. But cloves, they're honestly not that difficult once you figure them out. Now, okay, I did have to kind of figure out how to make the chest on women with, like, bigger ones, like, how to make it look real and my issue was that I kept drawing the chest way too, like I kept drawing like the under, like the part where they meet, curved, when it was more like a straight line. That was my issue, and I kind of just experimented around until I got it, because all the YouTube videos that explain how to do this shit, I'm like, can I get a video that's like five? Can I get a video that's like 5 minutes long, rather than like an hour long, so that I could just get to this? And really, to understand from my experience anyway, the best way to understand how folds and clothes work is to understand the physics of how things are working. Like if something is pulling, then you draw basically the fold in the direction of how it's pulling. Like I said, the best way to use it is yourself as a reference. Like, use yourself as a reference. A lot of tutorials and references are your friends. I would recommend Aaron. Yeah, Blaze stuff has good human anatomy course. He's former. I can't read that because the heart thing is in the way. Animer, wait for a cell though. Only issue is I'm flat broke, so I can't really afford to take a course. So I have to just kind of go with what I can get. Not that I'm being cheap, it's just it's expensive. Okay, let me think here. Alright, I gotta think of the... let's just do this arm first. But, yeah, that's basically how I learned. Was I just basically traced body outlines, like, just to learn how they're drawn, how they form and all that stuff. And then I finally broke that barrier of what's the word I'm looking for? Of uncomfortability, and basically said, okay, now let's try it by ourselves. And ever since then, I haven't gone back. So, yay. Nope. And I've really just been testing myself with a lot of things, like different hand poses, trying different poses in general, and there's some that have had me wanting to pull my damn hair out, but sometimes that's the fun of a challenge. Not really. Yeah, that looks fine. I just find it funny that it's like horses that have well, they're not really horses. They're half horse technically. This is the thing that's kind of made me do the most work in a long time, because yeah, I know this series has been around for a long time. Like, well, not a long ass time, but it's been around for a while. But I just recently got into it because, well, I downloaded the game, and yeah, I really love it, Musume, and I find it like so full of a lot of potential. Just learning the freaking history of the actual like racehorses they're based off of is freaking hilarious. The Fat Gold Ship was actually just a humongous troll to all of his riders is ridiculous. But it's funny too, and I love when a game has a lot of personality. Not only that, but devs that actually like care to do their homework and, actually try to match the source material and respect it. And they would have to, because, well, they're based off of real like horses, dead and alive. Because a lot of them were in unfortunate accidents that basically led them to being euthanized on the track. Like, which one was it? That was oh god, was that Rice Shower? I think that was Rice Shower. Rice Shower was euthanized on the track because I think in the race he actually ended up breaking their leg, I believe. They were trying to go too fast, and it basically ended up basically stressing the bone, and it ended up breaking it immediately. Goldship is still alive, I know that for a fact. And yeah, he's still a troll. it's hilarious, but yeah, that basically is what the character is in the actual like game. Like Goldship, when you train her, she's either really nice to you or she is a dick. And when I trained her, I've only trained her once because, well, I really don't have much time to train them. Uh, she she was relatively, cooperative. I did get that one where basically she forbids you from doing everything except like a certain training type, and it wastes a turn basically. But I find it hilarious. Another one that I really adore is Haru. She is not only cute, but the backstory of her horse is fucking funny as is hilarious because Haru in reality was a horse that only got, well, it has one win now, but it had a race career of 113 wins, 0 wins. Or excuse me, 113 losses, 0 wins. That is unheard of. Well, I don't know if it's unheard of because I'm not really into horse racing, but I am now, I guess. Go away. But yeah, that is just the funniest thing to me. Like the simple minded little things like that. Here, let me just do this. There, now we'll repeat. Can I not just see the live chat, you dipstick? There we go. But that is basically why I love the game. It's very like loyal to its original like its original content and respects, and most importantly it respects the owners of the actual horses that they had to get permission from in the first place to even put in the game. And I love that. Like show respect to the horses because the majority of them are actually dead, either from old age or just being having an unfortunate accident on the track or something. uh there was one specific one. They all had very similar, like, they all followed like a very very similar like way of not termination, that like a way of basically termination pretty much from like what they do, because a lot of them were older race horses and all that stuff, so they'd ran their mile. But go out doing what you love, I guess. But Haru is still alive. Goldship is still alive. I don't know if there's any. I don't know of any others that are still alive, but I can respect the game for being respectful to the actual horses. And Japan is just a whole other different kind of country because if the United States had a racehorse that basically lost 113 times, it wouldn't have even made it past like maybe 10 like wins or losses before it was basically told to fuck off. But here Japan is thinking this horse that's losing all of these races being the coolest damn thing imaginable. I mean, if you've ever seen anime, it kind of does fit the whole bill. And Japan loves their anime. But that's why I love Uma Musume. It's not only a fun game, but I love the source material and how they are loyal as fuck to it. Okay. My favorite horse to train so far was honestly probably Sakura, honestly. Who doesn't love an underdog story? That's exactly what this OC story is. It's based off of an actual horse that I had in real life. Her name was Savannah, and at birth, or not birth, I should say, like at a very young age, she ended up getting kicked in the eye and lost her right eye. It was an accident, but yeah, basically led people to basically not wanting her because she was problematic, when in reality all they were doing was just not training her correctly. So we end up buying her, and my dad, who has worked with a lot of horses in his life, he picks her up, and he is able to not only be around her but walk her and everything. So yeah, I basically said I'm gonna turn that into a story myself. And basically, the story that I have for her is that, well, she didn't get kicked in the eye, but she got because these are humans, like half human, half horse things. Basically, she got her eye taken out while like eating at a restaurant or something, like a diner, and because a car like ends up like crashing through a glass window, and the glass shards and go flying, and one gets her eye, and bam, just like that. And well, if you lose one part of your sight, basically you can't see the entirety of the tracks. So yeah, nobody's going to train that person. Nobody's going to train it. So what's the point? But yeah, that's basically what it is. It's an underdog story. And she ends up getting picked up and given that chance to actually show what she can really do. Those are the kind of stories I love. I love underdog stories because, yeah, I've been there quite a few times. Not only that, I've also proven to not just my doctors and my my family that my disability is not going to stop me from doing what I want to do. Everything that I do, I mean, I do it. I have to deal with my epilepsy in the process, but I don't let it control me. And that's my underdog story, is that I defied the odds. I basically took my I didn't let my disability stop me from what I wanted to do. Should I be in front of computers? Absolutely not. Should I be doing what I'm doing right now? Absolutely not. But you know what? I'm not going to live a life of misery. I'm going to live my life to the fullest. And this is what I'm doing, and I'm happy that I'm doing it. But the true underdog story in Uma Musume is Rice Shower. Rice Shower is 110% the underdog story. I believe in the anime, I have yet to watch it, is that she is very she's an underdog basically that nobody believes in because she has like a curse or something. Don't quote me, but I don't know if that's true or not. I've never seen the anime. I only know what I know based off of what I've seen of clips, memes, and what I've played in the game. Like, Rice Shower pissed me off quite a few times, but I love her. She's like just a little bundle of joy. I mean, I can't hate her. And she's just one of my favorite characters because she reminds me a lot of myself. And those are the characters that I really bond to the most. That's why Derpy was one of my favorite background ponies. She literally said, "Fuck you guys." Besides, even though my eyes are completely fucked up, I'm going to basically become a male mare and be what I want to be and do what I want to do. Oh, that is so messy. But yeah. But that's basically the story of this OC's, that she had an unfortunate accident at a very young age, was basically cast out as never being able to do what, a real racehorse could, up until she gets picked up at a very at a very late point in life. Like, not late, like she's an elderly like person in you know adult diapers or anything like that. But she's like outside the age limit of like what an Uma Musume should be when they should be like when they should properly start training, which according to the game is normally around like 14 to like 17 years old. That's what these characters all look like to me. They look like they're in the age range around 14 to 17. Some even maybe a little older, like maybe in around 18. Like there's characters like Marzinski, I can't remember goddamn name. The one with the poofy white hair. Uh, I can see her plain as day. She's got the glasses and everything, but uh, she looks like she looks like she's more towards an adult age. But I'm not going to trust it. That's why I don't like to lewd the canon characters. I just lewd my own OCs because safety. Plus, mine are plenty old. They're in like their 20s. Some are retired. Some are, down for the count. Like, there's another one that I made. Her name is Flor de Rosa. And she was basically injured on the track because of her own mistake. She ended up trying to, like, push forward because she gets. One of the main things that ends up happening to, runners that are like late surgers or pace chasers is that they get stuck in traffic. And basically, that's what ends up happening to her one race. And she basically sees an opening. And even though she knows she shouldn't take it, she ends up taking it. And, well, ends up causing a humongous crash. And ends up basically injuring herself to the point of where she can't, be a good racer anymore. She breaks her leg. Like, really fucks up her leg. And we all know what happens to horses when they break their legs. Basically, they can't, do what they want to do anymore. And most of the time they have them euthanized. Put down, for those who don't know. But this one ends up basically, because it's a human, she just basically ends up retiring at an early age and blames herself for the issues, for like almost nearly ending other careers besides her own, and blames herself for that day and the accident that she caused and all that stuff, casual like guilt story. And then she's visited by one of the racers that was in the race. God, what was her name? Dusty something. Dusty was her name. Dusty. God, I can't remember. Dusty something. And basically, that character ends up saying, yeah, I would have done the same thing. Pretty much. We're born to race, so we're gonna race, and we're going to do whatever the fuck we can to, get the win. Even if it seems like the wrong thing, and this is like the risk we take as, what we do. We can get into accidents, we can hurt ourselves, we can, endanger others, even though we don't intend to, stuff like that. And as a result, hold on, I remember her name. Oh, Fleur ends up basically saying, okay, I'm going to let this guilt go. And she tries to rehabilitate herself, but ends up not being able to. And basically ends up doing the only thing that she really can to still be, like, close to the action, and she becomes a coach. Well, not a coach, a trainer, technically. That's the right term. She ends up becoming a coach, or trainer, excuse me. She has to become a trainer and basically leads a really good life of training some of the best Umas out there. Like, we all know how I write my stories. I like the tragedy. I like the drama. I like the dark and, like, sad and, not so fun stuff. Like, I'm one of those kinds of writers. So adding a little drama is my style. Because I like a good like comeback story, or like just a good story in general. And honestly, something like that would screw with your head majorly. What the fuck happened here? Oh, I think I see what happened. Just erase that. That's something like that would screw you up because I've been there. There's been days where I'm like, did I cause that? Is it my fault? Something like that. But in reality, it's really just something that happened and there's really nothing I can do about it. So it's better to move on than to dwell on it, pretty much. Like my African gray. I He ended up breaking his leg, and he ended up having to be, put down. And I blamed myself for the longest time for being the cause of death. Because when he ended up breaking his leg, he flew off his perch, and my parents weren't home. The only person that could really get close to him was my mom. So I basically tried to pick him up with a towel, and in the process, he ended up getting his foot caught in one of those like a leg of a table that was like metal, and it ended up snapping his leg in half. The bone, I mean, not the actual, like, God, no, Jesus Christ. He ends up doing that, and I blame myself for the longest time that it was my fault. But nowadays, I'm just like, I can't dwell on that. I know because it was an accident. I didn't mean to cause this. I didn't mean to cause it. So that's all I can do is just move on. Don't dwell on it. Okay, I thought that was a mistake for a minute. And that's basically Fleur's story is that, don't dwell on the past, move on. Like, do what you want to do and chase your dreams rather than dwelling on something that you really couldn't control. So she does. She ends up basically becoming a trainer and trains Uma Musume, which is probably the second best thing that she could be in life because she loves to race and she loves to achieve victory. Victory? What the hell was that? She loves to achieve like victories. So leading others to victory was probably the best option for her in, you know, continuing, what she loves. Like I want to create my own little universe of Uma Masumes, real or not. Like I'm not going to, make a, like I'm not going to do all that research, guys, and I'd have to get rights from the owner anyways to turn it into a comic or something like that, which would require legalities, and I don't want to deal with that. So I'm just gonna make my own little cast. But so far, all I have is Fleur. I have technically I have Dusty, so she'll become a part of the cast, but I have to draw her first. Then there's Savannah, which that actually was the horse's name, by the way. Her name was Vanna. I don't know if she's still alive or not. I don't. I would imagine she is, but I don't know. I can't really say because we haven't seen her in God knows how long. Okay. Almost done with the main scat or the trace. Just got to get past probably the most important parts, which is the face, like the facial features. Want to soften that nose up just a little bit. There we go, more rounded. Like I wasn't really a person for making OCs until like I started playing Uma Musume. And that's because I really find it interesting and it's an easy concept to get behind. Holy crap, why is my stream so far behind? Like, I'm to the mouth. I'm not at the shirt collar anymore. Ah, well. Okay, I wanted to make the eye patch maybe a different color, so I'm going to kind of take my time here. I did charge my pen, so I should be fine in terms of, like, not running out of battery or anything like that. Kind of looks like a pirate. I think it needs to go a little bit more further up like this. A little further down. Okay, what is that? I think that's still part of the... Yeah, it is. It's still part of the eye patch. Okay. Alright, now I have to be careful with the eyes, because the eyes can easily get screwed up if I'm not careful. Like eye shapes and stuff, yeah, very important to really take your time so that you can match the lines perfectly. Otherwise, you can really screw the eyes up. Okay, that looks fine. Shit. Okay, I see a problem. I feel like that should be fine once I start adding in the eyelash and all that. Okay, let me back up a little bit. Okay, let's just color this in. I cannot stress enough how important it is to really pay attention when you're on the facial features. Because the first place the eye usually goes when you're looking at a character is the face. Unless there's like a really bright color that kind of distracts the eye. Like if the shirt's like a bright yellow or like a bright pink, like just a bright, vibrant color, then yeah, you're going to probably look there. But the next place you're going to look is the face. The face is one of the key places that your eyes immediately go to on any character, because that's where you're going to see like what the character's expressing, their personality, all that stuff. Very, very important you get that correct. So if the face looks off, it's going to really affect the drawing. Perfect. Whoa. Try and get that a little bit more clean. There we go. Okay, I think just double check everything. Just double checking everything. Oh, we missed a little bit of the arm. Or whatever the hell this is. I don't actually know what this is. Just kind of fill it with some black. What is that? Part of the ear, I guess. I mean, I think it's part of the hair, actually. Let me erase some of that. Yeah, I think... Oh, I see what I did. That's part of the ear. That little curve is part of the ear. So that would be the hair. There we go. All right. Now the most nerve-wracking part, which is removing all of the rough sketch layering. Let's turn them off one at a time. I don't think that's anything, but I'll turn it off anyways. Okay. Collarbone, shoulders, neck, and the head. Okay, let's take a look at her. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I didn't just make the eye patch immediately like just black. I feel like that kind of could be a different color. No, I think she's pretty good to go. Just checking everywhere just to be absolutely sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did. What is that? Mylar track, yes. Just get that connected. Okay, that's part of the shirt. Yeah, I think she's pretty good to go. Okay. So we have the rough sketch all done, or not rough sketch. We have the final sketch. Now the fun part, recoloring her. So let's add in all of the background stuff. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's at 50% still. Forgot about that. What is that? Oh, I know what that is. Okay, then I need to move that to another spot, because I don't know if I'm going to include this or not. This is kind of an optional thing with me for characters. There we go. Don't know if I want the lipstick or not. I think all around the other colors are just fine. So we're just gonna whoa. So we're just gonna have to go one step at a time here. Just to fill every single gap. Okay, so turn that off. Definitely gonna have to fill in some of the background because not all the background got filled. But that's okay. One step at a time here. Same thing there. I always get my color palette before I even start like doing the final sketch. Okay. Kind of looks like the Joker. Okay. There. Slowly and carefully. Oh, missed a little spot. Oh, shit. How did that happen? Gonna have to fix that. Okay. That's skin as well. Anywhere else that I missed? I don't think so. Oh. Sides where we still need to fill. Grab that. So there's the tongue. Next we need the ears. So let's get these colors just one step at a time. I need to turn the hair off. Let me just turn off all these layers so that I don't get confused. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm not going to get confused. You dick. Okay, there we go. Same thing over here. Okay. Now I need the ear color. Oops, not that one. Probably gonna have to fill this in manually. Okay. All right, ears are gotten. Now I need. Don't think there's anywhere else in particular. Oh, the fingernails, duh. Another layer, yes. Okay, one at a time. Same thing up here. Oh, shading and all that stuff shouldn't take that long, because the majority of the body is covered, which makes this so much faster. All right, anywhere else? Don't think so. Okay, so I can erase this, pretty much. I need to name these before I forget. That would be the lips. So we don't really even toy with that. We're just going to leave that as it is. I don't know if I'm going to keep the lips or not. Okay, new layer. So this would be the hair color. Let's get the base color. Did I get that correct? Hell yeah. Let's see. Yep, perfect. The reason why her hair is this color is because she was a Palomino. So that means that her hair is going to be kind of a bleachy blonde color. See a little spot that I missed, but can't really see those from far away. Plus there's going to be a shadow there, so it's not really that big of a deal. Perfect. Yep, yep, and yep. Very good. Good, 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 good. Just making sure I didn't miss anywhere. I don't think I did. Besides the back. Okay, let's I don't know if I'm very happy with this color. I think I'm gonna make it a little darker. I mean, it fits. It fits well enough. Okay, let's see. Now we need... Oh, tail. Forgot about the tail. Probably the most annoying part of drawing this. Okay, that's part of the clothing. Okay. Anywhere else? I don't think so. Whoop. Okay, that's all that, so we can just erase that. Okay, what's next? The eye color? Pretty sure it is, which is just like a brownish, like hazel kind of color. I mean, that looks fine the way it is, honestly. Yeah, we matched that one pretty damn well. So I think that's fine. I'm gonna fill this little gap though because it is bugging me. Whoa. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Hair, eyes. Perfect. Okay, I feel like that's fine the way it is. Is this anything? I don't think so. Is this pointing to anything? No. So we'll just get rid of that. Anything else are fine the way they are. Besides that, eye patch, of course. Okay. Now the clothing. So first things first, it's the top, I believe. Pretty damn close. I just don't want to deal with any like little spots or anything like that later on. Right, so just fill in these little gaps. That might actually be the background. Oh shit. That's gonna be shadowed majority. Bleh, whatever I'm trying to say. That's gonna be shadowed mostly, so wouldn't be that big of a deal. Just double checking anywhere else. How's the these areas? It's almost dead on with the ground color as well. No, it's a little darker. Okay, anywhere else? Yep, right there. One step at a time here. Okay, I think color, I think, is the next one. Yeah, because I think I made that a different color. Okay. Yep. All right, we have a T. Just double checking to make sure there's nothing else that is missing. Oh, right there. In between the fingies. Okay, now the skirt. Let's get rid of this. Alright, that should be pretty easy. Oh, did I forget to... Wait, what? Did I forget to color that? I might have. Oops. Well, that's okay. That is okay, because we're going to fix it anyway. let's see. So I need a darker color because this is more towards the back. Let's give it a little bit more. I might just use the, yep, there we go. Oh, shit. Something like that. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's see. What else? That's the shoes, okay. Okay, shoes. Let's just see how they work together. Ooh, almost perfectly. I might actually be able to make that work. Nah, never mind. Okay, let's see. Let's get this base color first. I believe that's correct. Yep. And boink, boink, boink. And boink. Oh, I should have given her some socks. Whoops. Oh well. Well, the socks actually wouldn't be that difficult because they're just like a little line across with just a little bit of color. I might be able to do that. That's not too shabby. Alright, let's go like this. I don't think that was the right color. Try that again. Alright, let's see. And these darker. Whoop. Darker color. Yep. Okay. See if it just plays nice. And don't worry, I will fill in those little specks that are on the outside, but that's on a different layer. That's not part of this layer in particular. Okay. Sitting over here. These shoes weren't too bad to draw. They were just a little icky at first because I don't really draw shoes. Because I'm scared of them and they are kind of a pain in the ass to draw sometimes, depending on the type. Like the only shoe type that I've really ever drawn is high heels. Whoops. Let's just go like this. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now I gotta fill some gaps here. Okay. Okay, now our eye patch. Now the eye patch. So, let's see. Okay, first things first, delete that. The eye patch, what color can we make it? Because I want it to fit her personality as well. So maybe a more girly color? Maybe I just go something like, let's see, pink wouldn't really fit here. More of a girly color. What color fits here? I guess we could just try pink and see what happens. Sure, why not? And a little bit more of a darker color for that. That's not even distinct. That's not even distinctful. So let's bring it down just a little bit more. Should put those on 2 separate layers. What the fuck? What happened here? Oh, I see what happened. I accidentally misinterpreted that as skin. Whoopsie. Okay, let's see about filling that gap right there. On the right layer. There we go. Perfect. Pink is okay. Doesn't really fit the whole narrative, I'm not gonna lie, but okay. That's it, right? Yep. Let me just try and play with the wheel. I mean, that's fine. And it fits the whole Palomino thing going on. My only issue is that I'd have to make it a little bit more darker. I mean, I guess that's fine. Pink really doesn't fit well. But this color I don't like for the main patch. So let's make it a little darker. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay. I feel like she is pretty much filled in as much as we're going to get her. So now what we need to do is we need to fix these outlines. Or these colors on the outside. Let's get the main color. Just kind of fill them in very carefully. Perfect. That's why you use layers, because if you don't, yep, it's going to be a very, very tedious process. No shit. That's a problem. Okay, then let me fix that real fast. I gotta go to the hair layer. Get this, not that. Okay, I'm gonna have to go really small here. Just gotta fill these little gaps so that it doesn't fill it with the green. Otherwise, that's not gonna look right. There we go. Okay, this one up here. Okay, I don't think I see anything else that could get in the way. So let's get this color again, go to the right layer. Much better. Much better. Though I somehow missed that one. So now I can actually fix that a lot more efficiently. There we go. Much better. Much better. Okay. Now back to what we were doing, which was filling the gaps in the background. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Then we're on to this part. Okay, let's just kind of do something like that. Let's see, anything else? Yep, this part. I think it's on the same layer. Yep. Don't see any other irregularities. Alright, now this wall. Gotta be careful not to get it behind your eyes, because if I do that, that's gonna happen. Not gonna lie, working with a what's the word I'm looking for? Just working with one eye is actually really, really easier. Okay, let's see. Anything else? Not that I can see at the moment. Right there. I think it's colored. Okay. Shading time. I think. Let me double check everything. Yeah, I think she's pretty much colored in for the most part. I don't know if I'm going to keep the lips, though. I don't know if I'm happy with those. Because I'm not really a fan of lipstick. I'm not a huge fan of lipstick on women. Like, I'm not a huge fan of makeup in general. I prefer the more natural look. But I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Now what? Shading. Alright, now comes the more tricky aspects of the process. We need to go here. We need to go to a darker tone. That might actually be a little too dark. Right. Oh well. Well, let's see if it is or not. Yeah. Yeah. Needs to be way lighter than that. Maybe something more like that. I don't know where the light sources are going to be coming from yet. In retrospect, they'd be coming from, like, here and, like, over here. So, it's kind of a mixed bag on where the light source is coming from, because she's in a stadium, so there's lights everywhere, pretty much. It's more like that. Not really. That's correct, but I don't know I don't know about this. Maybe when I add some more shadows, it might work. Okay, now I gotta think here. Well, let's get the shadows out of the way that matter the most. Or that are the easier ones, like the nose. Maybe a little too much. Okay, let me think here. So that would go that way, kind of come up like that. Oh shit. It's a little too strong. It would be more like that. Okay. Remember to add the shadows for the eye patch. Just don't like to do that immediately. Let me think here. Yep, that comes across, down. Same thing here. Nope, that don't look right. More like that. Nope. Let me look at her angle. You would see a little bit. A little bit. I can't help but think that that is really, really nasty. Maybe when I connect it to the actual eye patch, it might work. Same thing over here. And this shadow always ends up being a little tedious for me. So lays against her. I think it would be more like right here, like just kind of resting against her chin. Like more like that. Like very, very subtle. Okay. Let's see. Almost got it. Just gotta match it up. Just use the starting point. Okay. That one's pretty easy. Just go like that. Set the right amount of shadow. Maybe a little bit more on the bottom. Yeah, like that. All right. Let's see here. It'd be far away, so the shadow would need to be bigger than that. Okay, that doesn't look right. Or is it more like that? Excuse me. Maybe you just wouldn't see it at all. I don't know. Maybe it's just a very subtle shadow. I've been using that word a lot lately. Okay. Very subtle between the fingers. Same thing there. Okay, let me think here. Down here as well. Very, very subtle. No. Okay. Then I gotta get the underskirt. Okay. Okay, so it comes from one side and basically across. Try again. Very similar to the. Very similar to the whatever you call it, I can't think of what it's called. The shirt, the shirt, like the shirt, the sleeve, yeah, the sleeve of the shirt. Guys, I like. All right, let's see what we got if we do something like that. Looks pretty solid. Okay, I think we just put a little bit of a shadow right here. Not like that, but more like that. It doesn't really fit. Maybe put something just like maybe a subtleness right there. Nope. Just to kind of show there's some depth. Okay, let's see. Anywhere else that I'm missing? I don't think so. Oh, yep, in here. Because the mouth does have some shadow to it. Okay. Let me get this color again. Just checking things, guys. Just trying to be very careful here. That would be on the shirt. Yeah, I think. Oh, the eye patch. So let's do that. Oh, I see what's happening here. I need to go here. Can I basically do the same thing as I was doing? Then I have to go over the eye as well. Oh my god, come on, brain. Okay, I don't know why I cannot do shadows today, but I cannot do shadows. Okay, that'd be a different color. Nope. Let's go from this way. Same thing here. Okay, now I gotta do the eyes. Gotta go from the right point. Okay. I think we move on to the next part, which is adding basically the one shadow, the more lighter shadow. That kind of gives it more realism. Okay, that'd be more like this color. Okay. That would be with the airbrush. Just need to figure out which way it would be facing. Which I think it's facing this way the more. Bleh. I think it's facing this way more. Just in focus mode right now, guys. Just in focus mode. Just trying to figure out where all of these shadows are going to go and all that stuff, which takes a lot of thought. Okay, is that... Yeah, that's believable. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, face. Okay, now we just give a red tint to the areas where there's shadow. Because there's two shades technically of different colors. Just a nice little subtle... Again, I'm using that word a lot. Just a nice little a hint of color just to kind of give the shadows a little bit more realism, because basically what this color is supposed to do is it's supposed to give the it's supposed to give the skin tone as well. So you have the main shadow, which is the dark shadow, and then you have the lighter shadow, which is the skin tone. So that's basically what this is. It's a skin tone. And it would go at the edge of the shadow where the like the skin color would meet. Perfect. Okay. Not sure which way this shadow is facing. First, I'm just gonna have to kind of adapt to as I go along. I think it's this way. Okay, let's get that one a little bit more accurately. Kind of creates a good idea. It kind of creates a cool effect. That one is off by miles, but okay. I think I'm gonna add a little speck right there as well. That's not accurate. Okay. Skin tone, I think, is done. Now we just need to... Oh, I see a little spot that I missed. I need to actually go back to here. Get this color. I said get this color. Thank you. Darken that. Get the right brush. Add some shadows here. Okay, let me think. Perfect. Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. All right, now we've got the skin and all that, like, settled. Now what we need to do is the hair, probably. All right. So the hair we can get a little kind of sort of created with. But for now, we're just going to add in the shadows. So. Okay. That don't fit then. We just kind of put a little subtle shadow. Again, I'm using that word a lot. Nope. Try that again. Like a very, very subtleness. Very, very subtle. Okay. Something here. Whoa. Okay. I feel... Let's see. I mean, that's pretty on point. Alright. Next one. Damn it. Hmm. I mean, that's fine. Okay, let's focus on the main strands first. Alright, let's see. That's definitely not correct. Oh my god. Art frustrations, guys. Art frustrations. It happens. It does indeedy doodle happen. What is it that Spielding Amy called? I think her name's Amy. Emery Chu. That's her name. What's it that she calls it? I think she just calls it art rage or something like that. One of my favorite channels for like art stuff. That and probably Jazza as well, because he does actually help me to get through some stuff as well. He's taught me a few tricks. And honestly, shading is just all about knowing the physics of how shadows work. And I can't say I'm like a connoisseur of it or anything, but I do have an idea of how it works. If you just think of it as a sense of, like, if you like turn on a light or how the light is facing you, you'll figure out how shadows work pretty fast. They are complex. Okay, let's just fill in the gaps. Just kind of work around it. The majority of where I got my like shading knowledge from was not really even through like an art class or anything. It was more so from another class that really doesn't feel like it should have even taught me something like this, and that was computer science. Because the teacher, uh, one of the coolest teachers I ever had, he was teaching us how to like create like very cool stuff on Microsoft Paint. And it is a very complex thing, but it taught me how you can use like different colors, like different shades of different colors to create shadows and stuff like that. And that's essentially what shading really is. Create a darker color to like create that uh that like that sense that it's a shadow, I guess you could say. little gap thing at the top of the head. That's where the majority of all of my shading knowledge comes from. Like, I am no professional whatsoever. I am definitely no professional. I've just learned through jacks of the trade. Is it... Oh, it's this way. How did that song get stuck in my head? Probably because I was listening to Ozzy earlier. But not that album in particular. I was listening to Bark at the Moon. And the song that's stuck in my head is Goodbye to Romance, for some reason. Okay. Another big tip that I can give about like shading in general is when you have one shadow, you can use it as a guideline to kind of follow others. Like right here, this one on the cheek right here, whoa, this one on the cheek right here, I used as a guideline to follow to build that shadow. Because shadows derive from other areas where shadows have formed. So that's another way of basically knowing how to find a shadow or how to build a shadow and make it, like, believable, I guess you could say. I can already tell that that shadow is way too big, but again, I can just foil around with it a little bit using the eraser. I feel like up to there it's fine. It's just right here at this curve. So let's tone that down a little bit more, shall we? There we go. Okay. Though I don't like how much shadow is showing from that, so I'll just kind of cut that down. As long as the idea is there, it's there. So, okay. Let's see. Oh, let me think here. How would this work? Like that, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Now we can kind of have a little fun here if we want. I think before I do that, though, I am going to just do the airbrush thing. Which by that, what I mean is, let's see, I gotta figure out. So I think it reflects like that. You basically take the shadow color and just I just take the shadow color and add a little bit of a strand of the airbrush to the hair strands. Kind of gives a cool effect. It's very, very subtle. Like, I can barely even see that. Let me see. if we can do something like maybe with a color like that. Yellow is a very interesting color because you can kind of toy around with it a little bit. It's a very unique color, I guess you could say. I don't know, maybe I just need to... Let me try double lining it. Maybe that might help. Maybe that, or just increase the size a little bit. Just... That's looking much better. Much better. Okay. So, okay, off the top of the head, that would come down. And do something like that. This is essentially just adding like a little bit of a... Like, you know how we did it with like, you know, the red color on the skin? This is essentially the same thing for hair. Just a tiny little bit different. And there's a reason I put it on a different track. So just in case I don't like it, I can always go back and just fix around with it. Yep, from a distance, that's already looking better. Way better. I love doing lawn care, but I also hate it because when you get to this point, this is where things get kind of tricky. Like, especially with long hair. With like very long hair, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Especially when your brush doesn't want to behave. Okay. Hair's kind of turning a gray color, weirdly enough. Okay, that's weird. Okay. It really feels like it should be the opposite way. Just focusing. If there are any messages, I can't see them. I don't know what the... I don't know if you, I don't know if YouTube derped or whatever, because it is going through updates right now, so it is kind of a little bit. So let's see. Let me just see. I mean, yeah, that looks fine. It's just my brain being a butt. My meticulous little brain being a bum when it wants to be. Only issue is that I have to cut halfway. Which can sometimes weirdly end up looking odd. Okay, from the perspective of the viewer. Yep, it looks fine. Okay, so that comes out the top of the head and it comes all the way down. Oh. And sometimes that's something you have to do. Like if your brain is like telling you to fix a certain thing that's like really, really hard to get correct, then, or if it looks fine to you, then zoom out to basically the spectator view. That's what I call it. Look from the eye of the person who would be viewing it and see what it looks like. And if it doesn't look like noticeable, then don't worry about it. Honestly, don't worry about it. Because the only people that are going to be able to spot that kind of crap are actual artists. Like artists that actually like can spot them. But if it's not noticeable and it doesn't make a humongous impact on the drawing and people want to be assholes, like the only people that are going to give a shit about something like that is people who are assholes, like literally. And you'll get people like that regardless. But if you're an artist who like thinks that their line art looks like bad because it's got like one tiny unnoticeable squiggle in it, you saw my line art is not perfect, but look, can you see anything that looks like squiggles? I can see it in some spots, but can the viewer see that? No. Especially once I'm done, definitely no. Because it's not noticeable enough to where it's going to catch their attention. Now, something that I want to try here is this little trick to see if there's any, yeah, like something like that, like a more golden, like area, like a more golden color that kind of matches more the kind of horse that she was, which was a Palomino. And honestly, I really, really like that. That is a much better color. It's a much more like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a much more better, just a better color in general. So let me get rid of that because I did notice that. Yeah, I'd say she's fine. I would say she's fine. Okay, but we gotta do the same thing for the tail. Okay, so the tail. Do I want to try something similar to what I did with the last one? Which was like going something like, you know, and just kind of toying with it a little bit. Well, that's not how I did it. I went more like, what the hell? I went more something along the lines of, what in the hell is going on? Okay, that does definitely not look like the right color. Is that the right brush? No, it's not. I was about to say, I'm like, wait, what? Like adding little stripes in here to give it kind of more of a, well, okay, if I'm gonna do something like that, then I want to put that on a different layer. Because essentially the effect that I'm trying to create is there's like strands in it, or like different like colors of different like strands in it. And it doesn't need to be perfect because I'm not going to like make this 100%, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm this is not going to be like what it looks like at the end, pretty much. It's not the final product. Like something like that. Nope, looks like it's dinner time. All right, that's actually a really good spot to leave off. Okay, coming. All right. massive fucking piece of lasagna. Jeez Louise. Oh, I can read that now. Aaron Blees was a former Disney animator. Yeah. Alright, guys. We're just having a dinner break. Because that would actually help me. Because, well, my hands have really calmed down since I started. This piece of lasagna is freaking massive. Holy shit. There's no way I'm gonna eat all that. Maybe half. Alright. So feel free to chat or whatever while I finish my dinner. Because it's gonna be a long dinner. Because this freaking piece is... If I could show you exactly what I'm talking about, you would... Yeah. I completely missed that comment. Thinking about streaming on YouTube more. And also, it's going to start uploading my book club recording here as well. Good for Countess. Because I'm enjoying streaming for you guys. I don't trust YouTube enough to actually sit down and do a full-blown drawing because I have to draw I have to draw a specific way in order to get to like the full body and all that shit. I don't trust YouTube. Ow. That's while I'm eating. Just take a look. Oh yeah, those lines are fine. So yeah, I think we're good. Jeez Louise. It's not only a massive piece of lasagna, but it's messy too. Ugh. Sorry guys, but a guy's got to eat. Plus, it'll help me to probably draw for longer because I'm almost to the end. I just need to. I'm basically. I would say. I'd say I'm about 70% done because we still got to add the lighting. Right now, we're just working on getting all of the stuff that's going to make her look more realistic taken care of. Ah. Why am I so far behind on the stream? That's weird. How in the fuck am I gonna eat this? There's no way. Well, if I'm gonna be able to eat that, I'm gonna need a drink. So there's to it. Okay, so I need to see. Not an alcoholic drink, guys. Hell no. Not when I'm trying to concentrate. Though it does have though it does have beer in the title. It's not actual beer. Takes a couple anyways to get me even close to drunk. That's one thing I can say. In my entire life, I have never been drunk. Not once. I've gotten close. The closest I've ever gotten, tipsy. Like, I've gotten a little tipsy, but that's about it. Like, I feel it, but I'm not dead ass drunk. Like, I can actually comprehend what I'm still doing. I can still talk. I can still, you know, I can still be me. I've never been to the point of where I'm just straight. Whoop. I'm not. I've never been to the point where I'm just straight unable to comprehend everything. Ugh, it's damn good. That is a damn good lasagna, though. I actually have really good control. Like, I have really good control. I don't drink. The only time that it wasn't even a case of drinking too much. It was just I accidentally drank a little too much. And it was one of those flavored alcohols. That's why it was so easy to forget, oh, this is alcohol. It was a root beer flavored one. And I swear to you, you couldn't taste any alcohol whatsoever. You can taste anything. And that's why I mistook it. That's why I mistook it for just a regular root beer, because it was not even like you couldn't even taste any alcohol. But boy, did I feel it. Once it started hitting me, I'm like, ew, crud. There's no fucking way. You bitch. Like I said earlier, if you're not a fan of swearing, then don't stick around. Right now, we're just having a break to eat, and then we'll get back to it. And I wish you could see this plate that I have. I wish you could see this plate. Because holy shit, it's massive. Okay, let's see. Get, give, not give, or get. Give these a look over. Oh. All right. Just answering an artist that I'm friends with, and I had to ask her how to properly draw clothes where like there's big chested woman in it, and yeah, the bump for the things. Sorry, YouTube, the YouTube police will come after me if I don't choose my words very carefully. The bump that they create, I couldn't get it right, and I just kind of diddled around until finally I got something, good enough. And I think my issue was that I was just drawing it too curved. When I should have been drawing it more like a straight line with kind of a little curve in the middle, but not curved outer sides. Because if you think of physics, basically when the things are in the shirt, they don't create a curve, they create like a straight line across the chest. Just a little bit of curvature and some folds going down. My god, it looks like I haven't even dented this damn thing. Wow. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Definitely. Excuse me. But yeah, that's basically one point that I got stuck today. Was just trying to figure that out. Because the way that I draw is I'll draw the character like as if they're not wearing clothes first, but without the details and shit to make it look like they're actually naked. But that's how I'll draw them first. Then I'll put the things on as if I'm dressing them. So figuring out how that little like how to make that bump look real was hard, but as you can see, I got something. And I think it works well enough. Once I start adding like shading and stuff, it'll work. Shading is where it's really going to start popping. I think I'm halfway there. I think I've got like maybe a quarter of it. Guys, I'm not kidding you. If you could see this piece of lasagna that is on my plate right now, Yeah, it's pretty big. I mean, I'm a big eater, but not that big of an eater. Jesus Christ. Which is surprising because I have a skinny body. Like, I'm skinny. I don't have, like, anything to me except maybe a little bit of muscle. But other than that, I'm skinny. So, for me to be a big eater, that's surprising. Especially considering the fact that I never put on a damn pound. Which I'm fine with. I've maintained about a 150 to 160 weight ratio ever since sixth grade. So if I can just keep that weight area, I'll take it. Because I don't want to be overweight or anything. And 160, I think I'm like around 162 or something like that. 162, that's a pretty healthy weight. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. How am I doing on power? Oh, that's a problem. I will actually. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Put this on the charger so I don't run out of power. So, my bad. I have to just draw with the charger in because otherwise it's going to die. Makes sense. It's using YouTube as well, so. Whew. I think it's other than the hair giving me issues with this drawing, I feel like it's gone pretty smooth. It's just last night for some reason my brain didn't want to comprehend on how hair works, so so I slept on it and just basically got back to it today. And yeah, it was a good choice because if I hadn't, I probably would have made a big mistake because I was basically to the point of where uh you have to erase like the skeleton pretty much. Like you erase basically the outline of the head and all that stuff so that you can see a little better. Had I done that, oh, that would have been a mistake. Because there was I had to fix her eye, which was a little too far. Her right eye, technically. I had to fix the right eye because it was a little fixed a little too far to the left, so I had to move it more closer towards the nose a little bit more. But yeah, if you're ever unsure about something like a drawing or anything for that matter that requires a little bit of thought, sleep on it. Sleep on it, walk away because otherwise you will make a mistake. Mm. And had I chosen to erase the skeletal structure, basically, I would have had to have done a lot more reconstruction than I had to have this morning. So yeah, ever unsure about something? Rest. Rest or walk away. Walk away for just a tiny little while and come back to it later. Because if you go about it when you're unsure and your brain is basically telling you or your brain is at a point uh, where it's basically not functioning as much as it should, then yeah, walk away. Because essentially you've been looking at the same screen for like the past hours, and it's best you just take your eyes off of it and allow your eyes to recover a little bit, then come back, look again, and you'll see the issue. I cannot tell you how many times this has happened to me. When was my first drawing, actually? I'd actually have to... I'd have to look through all that fucking shit. Ugh, let me get up on my stomach cell for just a second. I know exactly which one it was. Well, I don't know about that, but I did start hand drawing, so... Oh, shit. Okay, there's one of the first ones. There's another one of the first ones. Holy Jesus, I have come a long way. Like, I have come so far. Oh my god, the freaking shoulders. Holy wow. Eyeballs. I think I know where they all are. Oh, shit. I know it was late August. I know for a fact that was when I started my art journey. Oh. And I know which one it is. I just gotta find it. Okay, it wasn't that one. There's the cute enemy eyes. Oh my god, nightmare fuel. You get a lot of nightmare fuel when you first start. Holy osmosis. What was I thinking? Okay. Which one was the first is the question. It was either one of these... It was one of these two. There's no date on it, but... I'm sure there's ones with dates on them in here. Because I just kind of started this shit as, you know, just a hobby. Yeah, it was definitely late August. How late in August? I have no idea. Okay, there's August 17th. And that's a Gagne one. That was one of the first ones I ever drew. Oh my god, why are her fucking shoulders so square? Why are her arms tiny? Okay, there's the Gagne first attempt. That was on the 17th. So yeah, that was on the 17th. And I want to say, second day no, this was like about the third day, I believe. So, if I had to take a wild guess on when I very first started, it was probably like August 15th. It had to have been. Like August 15th-ish. I drew two of these? Interesting. That one's actually not that bad. She's got a really big, thick head of hair. Like, that's actually one of my more impressive drawings. For a start. That's Layla. This is bringing back some memories. Yeah, I want to say it was probably around like August 15th ish when I first started to take art like really seriously. August 15th, 14 ish, something like that. Yeah, do not spill that. Otherwise, this is going to be a rough night. Okay. But I think I started our work August like 14th, 15th ish of last year. If I had to take a wild guess, that has to probably be it. Like 14th, 15th, somewhere around that era. Because I found some drawings that were pretty damn close to each other. I could technically find exactly when it was because all I'd have to do is just go to Discord. But I want to say it was like August 14th, 15th ish. I'd have to find that group chat though if I'm still in it anyway. Let's see. I think I left it. Yeah, I think I left it. That's okay. Unless it's a little further down. Maybe it's a little further down. Oh, it's right there. Holy crap. I'm going to have to go way back. Ugh, excuse me. Okay, how far back was this? Okay, this is in October. Is there any way to search this? Messengers. That one. When was this? Jump to message. It was, oh my god, it was way earlier than that. It was actually. Let me just double check to be absolutely sure there's nothing else. I don't think so. I think it was actually the 6th of August. So, oh, today's actually my anniversary of of actually starting art. Wow. Yeah, I was way off. So today is actually the anniversary of my art journey. Wow. Hooray, I've been an artist for a year. Oh my god, I can't eat anymore. I'm gonna save that for tomorrow, because I think I got, yeah, I think I got like halfway through. All right. Now that our bellies are full, or my belly is full at least, let's get back to her. I gotta turn my pen back on. I said I gotta turn my pen back on. Thank you. All right. Oh. Need to erase that. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yeah, we were at the tail. Okay, so that's that, right? Yes. So what we're going to try and do here is go something like, let me see if this might work. Change the drawing color. Perfect. And now we need to go Gaussian blur. Make a little bit more than that. I feel like that should be fine. Maybe a little bit less. Excuse me. Actually, before I do that, I need to get the color first. Seems about right. Because I need to go something like that for the tail. And I need to go, let's see. Something like that. That, maybe. Something like that. Feel like that should do her. It's definitely not perfect. Oh, I see something that I forgot. That would be under the here. Nope, not that. Oh my god, that is really hard to see. I need to go here, I need to go to a darker color, and just kind of add in some shadows. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Okay. That looks kind of wonky. Okay. I feel that's okay for a minute. Now what we need to do is we need to shape the clothes, basically. So let's start with the t-shirt. Do not ask where that lingo came from, because I don't know where it came from. Okay, for this I need the airbrush. A little more than that. Is it on this side? Yep. Nice. Okay. Probably down here is more where it would be, because it's the underside. Okay. Now we add the shadows for the folds. We don't want to make that too dark, actually. Just give it a little bit of something. Nope. Something like that, something like that. That's probably more like very subtle. Okay. We are definitely going to need way more than what we've got. Interesting. Okay, let's add the shadows. So for that we need, excuse me, this. Let's see. I always forget about that damn rule. It's more like that. Okay, let's figure out how this is gonna work. Excuse me. Something like that. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Nope. Kind of angled down more. Yeah, then again, it just doesn't look right. So okay. Yep. Okay. I don't know shadow shit like that. Let's see. That would just be laying. So it's kind of something like that, probably. Or I could just keep it close and just kind of have a laying on her chest. Okay, that would be from right there. Don't ask why I'm whispering. It's just how I am when I get focused. Is that good? Not the starting point. It's too thick. Whoa. or something like that. Process of elimination, guys. Process of elimination. Okay, it's pointing this way on this side, so let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think here how this works. I think we just kind of go a little over the top. Something like that. Excuse me. If not, I can always just kind of adjust it with the eraser tool. This looks like she's like holding her stomach or something. Kind of like how I feel right now. Let's see. Okay. Let's just move on to the skirt. Let's see. So I need that. I need a darker tone. And I need the airbrush. The heck? Oh, I see. Alright, so what I need to do first, actually before I do those, is I need to go here and add a shadow. Question is, how does it work? Well, let's just start toying around, shall we? Let's see. I mean, that's fine. Just can kind of have it hanging out of the back. Alright, back to the airbrush tool. Nope. I think it would go more this way on this side. Yeah. Let me see if I add like a little shadow to that side if it looks okay. No. Excuse me. Let me move this in this place a little bit better. Just trying to think of anything else. How do I usually do this? Should go like a brighter color. Is it like something like that? Pretty much. I think I turned down the intensity as well. So that's just kind of a subtle hint. Pretty damn close. Oops. It's not terrible. Just doesn't look right. I think it needs to be darker. Like more of that color. Hello? Oh, there it goes. Wow, that takes like quite a few swipes. Let's see if I just... it's not terrible. Oops. I mean, yeah, that looks fine. Let's see. I never did anything with the ears. I think, besides lighting, I think we're almost ready to call her good. Now, let me think before I say that. Well, I've already technically said it. Oh, but yeah. Alright, let's see. Oh, or shoes. Shoes. Forget about the shoes. Sorry, I usually don't do shoes. That's why I didn't know. Let's see. Well, I know where I'm starting. Just to give that. Let's get that shadow for the laces. Nope. There we go. Okay. Back here. Like that. Then we're just going to give the edges just a little bit of a boost. Whoops, not that big of a boost. Oh, the intensity's down. Whoa, not that far down. Not that far down. Thank you. back to the regular one. Maybe. Okay. Am I on the... No, I am not. Okay. Whoops. Come on. Thank you. Just trying to... Just trying my best to make it as good as I can, guys. I'm not used to shading shoes. Is it very similar to well, not that, but is it very similar to how... I don't know how to explain it. Let me just... Let me cook. Best way I can put it. Let me cook. No. Something like that. Is going off? Is? Adding something like that? I don't know. It just looks too plain. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It just looks plain. Probably because there's, like, way more to it than that, but whatever. Let's see. Probably, hang on. Something like that did do something a little bit. It works well enough. Not used to this. Okay, let's see. Hang on. Forgot to add the shadow at the bottom. Not the shadow, but... Oh, that brought him to life immediately. Come on. There we go. Okay. Now what? I think we're going to go with the... Yeah, background now. I think we are to the background. So we're going to go to these, and we're going to do the shading for those. Alright, so... Let's see. I don't know where the lights are. The lights would be like right up here, right up here. So the shadows, honestly, are all over the fucking place. Like, there's no definitive spot where they should be. Why? When it comes to stadium lights, that's where things get kind of tricky. Because stadium lights are constant, so trying to figure out where one goes over the other is really difficult. Not the lights, the shadows, I meant. Does that work? Yeah, but that incentivizes that there's... I don't know. Oh, shit. Okay, well then let's see about something like this. So stage lights, excuse me, stadium lights, somewhere around that color. And let's just create some stadium lights and see what we've get. What we've get? Like, just for fun. So the lights would be coming from like up here. Like straight up, they'd be coming from up there. But I don't know, it's really hard to determine because of how stadium lights work. That's where I'm stuck. Doing something right there at the corners, which can be flashing from like cameras, it could be anything. I mean, that doesn't look too bad. So the shadow for the light would go and this way as well. So go this way, whoops, excuse me. It would go basically that way. Fucking hell. That way and that way. So in all retrospect, this one's shadow is in the right spot. The others, I'm not too sure. So I think this is just a case of fuck it. Basically, it's fuck it. Because, yeah, there's no determining. Like, if you go to a stadium and you stand there, you'll notice that there's barely ever, like, really shadows, unless it's, like, very prominent. And that your shadows go off in all sorts of different directions. I don't know, guys. So I'm going to make this one go this way. Like, I'm just going to do my best. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have a good old time with my viewers and do my best. That's ultimately what I decide. Yeah, we're not even to the lighting yet, guys. That lighting is honestly the trickiest part, in my opinion. Next to the rough sketch, lighting is the trickiest part because of the fact that, well, of how complex light really is. Let me see. So those two going that way is fine. But these ones would be going more like this way. I don't know. With stadium lights, it's really hard to determine. Like, it is really fucking hard to determine. Stadium lights are constant, they're everywhere. Yeah, it's not really clear on where the shadow should be. Because, see, this one could either go this way or it could go that way. One of the two. And considering it's closer to this light, it would be more so like this. Somebody's watching going, dude, it's not that difficult. Like, you're making it way harder on yourself. You're probably right. You are definitely probably right. But I never claimed to be a professional, so yeah. But yeah, with stadium lights, that's a whole different kind of beast. Like a whole different kind of ball game. It's almost like there wouldn't be a shadow at all, but that just kind of feels, I don't know, wrong. Same thing with this one. It could be either which way. It doesn't really matter. Left. Okay, let's see. I don't know. It just doesn't look natural. I feel like I need a reference here. Like, this just doesn't seem correct. Like, let me see if I could find... Let me see if I can find a good reference. Let me see if I can find a decent reference. Okay, inside... It's gotta exist, right? Horse racing. If I can spell. Horse racing. Stadium. I'm completely new to this, so I have no clue. Look like all horse stadiums are outside. Huh, interesting. Okay, then what would we... What sport would call for... I just feel... I don't know, man. I mean, that's a tough one. Honestly, I don't think anybody's going to give a shit, to be completely honest, but... The thing is, I do give a shit, and that's the thing. Images. Yeah, they're all outside. Would make sense because it is a horse racing stadium, and horse racing stadiums are pretty damn big. There's one at night. It all depends on where the lights are located, and the lights would be up there, the lights would go this way. I don't know, man. That's a tough one. That really is a tough one. In all honesty, I think what I'm going to just do is I'm going to redirect them to face, that would be basically southeast. The same one that the other two are facing. Because that feels like the most natural, in my opinion. Like, that doesn't feel natural. The ones that were facing the other way just did not feel natural to me at all. So, I feel like just doing this is probably the best option. I haven't been to like a stadium event in like years, so it makes sense that I wouldn't really remember too well. So yeah, we're just gonna go with this whole thing. Then after that, we'll add some more shadowing, and then we'll move on to lighting. Let's see. Whoops. That's right. Smaller than that. Okay, I feel like that's safe enough. I feel like that's safe enough. Alright. Now I need to switch back to this. Just not that large. Then we go something along the lines of like that. Then go to this one. Same kind of idea. Something like that. Nope. Try smaller. Okay. Then this kind of sandy stuff. Yep. Amazing what that does with just one little swipe of the pen, huh? It's amazing. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I even need to do this. Let's see, where are you? Something up here. No, that just looks weird. These, though, definitely need to have something done to them. Okay, let me figure out a spot where I can actually get the right color. I think that's that one, right? Yep. Yeah, I could probably just go straight black and be fine. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, that looks off. Whoop, shit. What the heck? No, it's probably the lighting that's doing it, isn't it? I probably don't even need to do it for these ones, honestly, because there's light just obscuring the shadow. Okay, let's go airbrush. Just to give these seats a little bit more something. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, I think it's just down to lighting now. Fun. Oh, she's actually going to be a pain in the ass to light because of her hair color. Oh dear. Well, lighting's always a bitch anyways, so. So we have our light sources. Now we just need to add the light itself. So that was like right about here. Pretty damn close. Oh, this actually be pain in the ass. This is the process. This is the one that is always the most tricky. So, yep, definitely going to be quite a lot of tediousness here. Okay, we've got the light coming down on that. Just sitting here. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, for the love of. Okay, why are you being an ass? Like always. No, 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 no. Really? You guys are gonna hear a lot of fucking cussing. So, just beware. If you don't like swearing, yeah, it's probably best you leave. I'm warning you right now. The lighting process is sometimes easy, sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's straight up ridiculous. Okay, I remember what I did in the last one. That was a really cool effect. One like that. Okay, let's get it a little more accurate. There we go. Okay, erase some of that as well. Yep, okay. Working the right effect, so that's good. Yeah, I can say it that way. Okay. No, 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 no. Yeah, that works. Okay. Alright. One down, like a gazillion steps to go. Alright, let's, yeah, we'll put that on a different track. Just because I like to kind of keep it safe. Just one of the things that's the hardest about lighting is just figuring out the physics of it. That might be impossible on that shirt. Oh no, you can see that. The hair, I'm not sure. The hair, I'm not so sure about. Hair, I am definitely not so sure about. What the fuck happened here? Yeah, that's like backwards. Okay. Okay, I'll go over those ones with like the single stroke. Let's see. Should I just get the clothes out of the way? Probably. I legitimately did not mean to give her such big boobs. Whatever. I guess my old habits never die, do they? Let's see. I think we are going to go on the outside here. Hopefully we don't have an issue like we did with the last one. And I'm not talking about the one in the red, like the red, like moon and all that. No, that's different. In fact, I'm probably just gonna use a regular brush here. What in the hell? What did else? Much easier and effective. Okay. See, that's what I'm gonna plan to do with some of the light on these folds. Okay, that still looks off. Okay, let's see if... No, that looks off. That looks off. Alright, back to... not that one. This one. Alright, let me think of how the light works here. Okay, so the light would definitely be on this side. Sometimes you just gotta go over more than once. No. Excuse me. The heck? Oh. Oh, crud. Gotta be a little careful here. Fuck. feels like there's still gonna be some on the back of the leg. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Now the shoes. Oh, shit. Okay. No. Sorry for being so silent, but yeah, I gotta focus here. Okay. Only more places where light can get to it, which is like right at the tips. Also, sorry if I'm blowing your eardrums out. Nope. I mean, yeah. Neck's kind of cloaked right there, so we don't have any light coming to that. Yeah, some light would hit right there. Definitely it would hit the face. Just how much of the face, though? Probably the chin line. Yep. Yippity yip yip yip. Okay, something on the nose. Okay. Now it's the hair. And the hair to me is, oh, this is going to be hard. How do I make this color show up? Well, I guess we just start exploring, don't we? Nope, that don't work. I think we need to go brighter here. I almost feel like a white, because it kind of works with the hair color. Let's do it and see what happens. Top of the head it works, but not really on the sides. Unless, hang on, let me try something. Let me see if I do something like that. Just kind of braid, just kind of along the edge. Might do the trick. Sometimes this does work. Don't for the love of. It's almost like it's adding a highlight to the hair. Let me just see what happens. Okay, when do we start changing? Probably right there. I don't know, man. So the only thing with blonde hair is that it is really tricky to light. Like if you have a very light blonde color like that, yeah, it's going to be a little trickier to get the lighting correct because of what color light is. Can I even see like an effect happening? No, it looks more like I'm just adding a highlight to the hair. How did I do that? Maybe I gotta go over more than once. Does that do anything? Ooh, that kind of did something. Makes sense. Making it brighter would actually make it a little bit more luminous. Ignore what I just said, because I'm spouting nonsense. Lift. Is that the answer? Let's see. That kind of adds something. Whoa. Shit. That was weird. Okay, strange. Apparently the internet just had a dip moment or something. I don't know. I've already been at this for 4 hours. Okay, really? No, 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 no. For the love of. Just trying to get this as clean as possible, guys. trying to get this as clean as I possibly can. This is a really tricky color I chose to work with, but it kind of is the only thing that I can fit with like the actual color of what Savannah, the actual horse, used to be. So very critical I get the facts correct. Just a long and very tedious process. Okay. Let's see here. I just feel like I don't understand. It just feels let's see. It just feels like there's not enough light if you get what I mean. I'm just gonna go over these parts again real quick. Such a tricky freaking process. I mean, it does look like there is light reflecting off of the hair, but I don't know how to explain it. Let me try. Okay. Be more so on this side. Oh my god, if I don't stop doing that. Nice move. Ugh, Jesus. It would be kind of on both sides, honestly. Or maybe I can just cheat and do something like that. Yeah, I'm cheating. Okay. I don't understand. Okay, hang on. I gotta think here. Just working with this color. That's the challenge. That works. Gotta clean it up a little bit because it's a little messy, but that's okay. Oops. fact, is that just that layer? No, it's the entire damn thing. God damn it. Okay, I think we can just... Because I don't feel like there's enough, like... light in this area. Oh, that is gonna... Oh, wait. No, I can just do this. A little less brightness. Okay, turn down the intensity. Turn down that intensity just a little bit. Okay, there is no shadow underneath her, so I need to add that as well. So we'll just go back here, grab like that color. Whoa. Okay, what I need to do is I need to go put... Or hang on. Maybe just do something like... Yeah, that. Okay, let me try and see if I can do something like this. Hang on, I gotta get the thing back to the right size first. Okay. Not too shabby. Okay. Let's see if that might be the right color. I need to come back up here. Airbrush. There we go. Can't see that, but whatever. It's for consistency. All right. Which way would that come from? Probably right here. A little brighter than that. Back to here. Okay. Feel for the most part she's pretty much almost done. I feel like we're just missing a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Like just a little bit extra pizzazz. Let me just try something like I don't know, something like that. Weirdly enough, that actually did something. That's actually not too bad. Okay. What was the plan that I had? It was. I don't know. What was it? Damn, 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 damn. I don't know. What was I thinking? God damn it. Love when my brain has a brain fart. Let me see. I'm not sure if I'm too happy with this one. God, what was it? Oh, that's gonna bug the shit out of me. What was the last freaking thing I wanted to put in there? I don't remember. The lips I'm not too sure about. Let me take a look at that without the lips. Well, she's got like white spots, but that can be fixed. Let's see here. Flesh. I think I like it with actually. Oops. Yeah, I think it makes her look a little bit more mature. That's okay though. All right. I cannot for the love of me think of what the last step was that I wanted to do. Oh, I remember now. I wanted to give her some tears. That could be her trying to catch her breath. Ooh, now that I think about it. That could be like going, uh, uh, like she's out of breath, pretty much. Let's kind of want to add a little bit more into the eye color, though. Let's see, that would be, let's see, that's hair. Wasn't that one. It's this one. Okay. I'm going to kind of give this like a little bit of an orange or like a red tint. Like orangish red. Like just a little hint. Maybe a little bit bigger than that. Okay, I think I know what I can do for a last piece, like a little last thing. Let's see. Where is hair? Go something like, this is just a test. Like, why? Oh, I know why. Like, well, first let's get the right color, or not color, size. Because her hair would be kind of loose. Her hair would be kind of loose because she just finished a big run. That and maybe some sweat as well. So for sweat, because I don't know about you, but I would be sweating up a storm if I just ran. Well, I don't know what kind of runner she's going to be yet. But if I just ran as far as she did, yeah, I would be sweating up a storm. No. Oh shit, I put that on the wrong layer. I need to go right here. Let's try that again. Okay, hang on. That's how you draw a sweat, guys. Very, very easy to draw. Trust me, I struggled with it too. Oh, God, no. Where else? Maybe a little splot like right here. But yep, sweat is literally is just kind of a curved, like check mark. Basically, curve, a little line off, and then a little in there for the highlight of the sweat. There you go. You got sweat. But there's one more little effect that I want to add. But to do that, I have to watch an ad pretty much. Let's see. I need to go like this. Why? Use for free. As long as it doesn't play any copyright bullshit or anything like that, we're fine. So this will take a second, but once it's done, it'll be fine. Okay. Why? Go away, Google Play.